All right, so I need everybody muted. I'm going to hit the button. All right, so I need everybody. Okay. Also, please turn off those cameras if you can. It just helps with our bandwidth. I know I'm in a really rural area, and the less video that I'm pulling in, the better it makes my internet quality for everybody. So we're going to start out this evening with some basics on beef cattle. We're going to have Agent Jessica Humphrey from Lamar County. Go ahead. It's all yours.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this evening. Hello, everyone. I'm Jessica Humphrey. I'm the Ag and Natural Resources Agent in Lamar County, which is in Paris, Texas, is where my office is at. So today I'm going to talk with you about beef cattle, and it's going to be a relatively basic presentation. However, if you have a question or a comment, feel free to raise your hand. Jesse's going to be monitoring that chat, and or raise your hand and she'll stop me, and because I won't be able to see that whenever I put up my slides here in just a second. So let me go ahead and share that. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to try to stick to the hour. That way Jesse can talk about small ruminants also. So when we're talking about beef cattle, if you're thinking you want beef cattle, if you already have beef cattle but are unfamiliar with how to manage them, or if you're just trying to figure out whether you want to stay in the cattle business or not, this presentation is going to give you some things to think about. So the first thing that I like to talk about are your priorities. You need to get your priorities in line before you get beef cattle, because once you get them, you need to be able to take care of them. So the thing we're going to talk about first is how many acres do you have to graze. That does not mean how many acres is your place, and that's because whenever I ask that question, people want to tell me, well, I have a house, I have a barn, I have a shop, I have all this. Well, that house and that barn and that shop sit on acreage, and acres, that takes away from your cows to graze. So what I like to ask my producers or people calling me with these questions is, how many acres do you have to graze? That's not including woods also, because in this region of Texas, Northeast Texas, the average number of cows or acres per cow, I made a typo, I just realized that. It's supposed to be 4 acres per cow, not 4 cows per acre. My gosh, if we could all graze cattle like that, it would be amazing, but it's not. So scratch what's on my presentation and do 4 acres per cow is the average amount of land that you're going to need. So if a producer calls me and tells me I've got 50 acres, but 25 of it is in woods, heavy woods, then you only have 25 acres to graze. Because yes, there's going to be some grass under those trees, but not enough to sustain your cows. So you can do your math. It depends on where you're at and how well you manage your land. I've seen people graze cattle on, 3 acres per cow. And I've also seen people that needed to be grazing 7 acres per cow. So it depends on a lot of things, but the average number is going to be 4 acres per cow grazing land. The second thing you need to think about is, what kind of facilities do you have, if you have any? If you're starting from scratch and it's just a blank piece of property, you have to have a set of facilities where you can work your cattle once, ideally twice per year, and possibly more than that, because if a cow gets sick or injured, you're going to need to have a place to put that cow until she's better. So that is included in your facilities. So as far as facilities go, it means fence and working pens or shelters. So the type of fence that you need is obviously you need a perimeter fence. Does your place have a perimeter fence only, or is it already crossed fence for you? The type of wire that your fence has on it, whether it's barbed wire, net wire, it can be wood, pipe, or even electric fence. I've seen people run cattle with only electric fence. That's very brave. But if you know how to do it, then that's great. Me personally, I'm scared to death of electricity. So I try not to handle it very much. I would not recommend slick wire or what they call horse wire for cows, because it's going to pretty much be like there's not even a fence there. There has to be something that either stops them, like net wire, they can't fit through it, wood, pipe, or the barbed wire. Whenever those cows push up against it, it's going to poke them and make them back up and get off of your fence. So, and the second question to that is, if you do have a fence, an existing fence, what is the health of your fence? Is your fence good, like brand new? Is it freshly patched? Is it barely existing? Whenever I bought my piece of property a few years ago, yes, it had a fence on it, but it was barely existing. And I ended up having to build a whole new fence on top of it. So you have to gauge what you have if you're able to have any at all. So your third priority, after you figure out how much land you have and what facilities you have or are going to have, you need to think about the goals for your herd. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I always recommend my producers to have a goal, like whether it's you need them to make money, you need them to just be a hobby and a stress reliever, or if you're moving in a different direction with those cows. And fourth, and it's a pretty important one, is what breed do you want? So we'll talk about that here in just a second. So the first priority is how much land do you have to graze? This is what I mean. So the picture on the left is good pasture condition, and I did not make a typo on this slide, thank goodness. The stocking rate, this is a 3 to 4 acres per cow pasture. You can see these cows, they're fat, they have good body condition, and they're standing in knee-high, looks like Bermuda grass, okay? You can run 3 to 4 acres per cow on this. And this is when we're talking about stocking rate, and I say 3 to 4 acres per cow, that land is going to be able to sustain your cow during the spring and summer and possibly fall months without any added supplementation. I don't care who you talk to, or if you run 20 acres to the cow in Northeast Texas, you're going to have to supplement in some way during the wintertime. Now, if you're running 20 acres to the cow in the wintertime in Northeast Texas and you manage your grass good, you're not going to have to supplement very much. But our grass has so much water in it that to a certain point in the middle of the winter, and depending on the weather also, the nutrients in that grass are going to be very, very low. So you will have to supplement in the wintertime. However, our goal is to not have to supplement with additional feed during the spring and summer months. That land is supposed to sustain your cow herd without you having to do or spend any extra money on feed. So the pasture on the left is ideal. That's what you want. And a good stand of grass like that will also choke out weeds. So it's a win-win situation. Your cows get stay fat, stay sustained, and it helps with weed control also. On the right-hand side is a poor pasture condition. If a producer called me and brought me out to their place and asked me, what do you recommend? I would tell him, you need to probably sell half your herd or move them somewhere else, because this pasture needs a break. You can see in the background that these people, this is probably in the spring, probably early spring, late March, early April, but they don't have any grass. It's trying to come up, but I promise you those cows are eating it just as fast as it's growing, and they're having to supplement with hay. Okay, so this pasture will probably need more like 7 to 8 acres per cow until it can recover, and then you could possibly put more cows back on there, back to the 3 to 4 acres stocking rate. So on our facilities, talking about our fencing, we're talking about perimeters. So that's all the way around, fencing all the way around the border of your property. So it is keeping your cows on your property, within your property lines. When I talk about cross fencing is a method that you can use for pasture management or herd management, that you can block off certain areas of your property in order to, either separate fall cows from spring cows, and I'll explain that here in a little bit too. Or, separate heifers from cows, or, show cattle from your regular herd. So cross fencing is a tool that you can use to either for cattle management or for pasture management. It's highly recommended to rotate graze, and you can still have the same amount of cows, but you just rotate them from pasture to pasture and let them only graze for 2 weeks. So it's high concentrated grazing, but for very short times, and then you move them to another pasture. You can also use that as weed management. It is shown that doing that will improve the quality of your grass, as long as you don't graze it down too short during that rotation period. So another part of your facilities is your shelter. So cows are very tough animals. Okay, they can withstand high heat as long as they have shade, and they can withstand super low temperatures as long as they have a windbreak and can get out of the rain, or at least have a windbreak. Okay, so I say shed. Like if you have an old barn on your property, you can leave that open and let those cows just kind of stand under it during bad weather, as long as it's good enough to where if it snows 3 feet on top of it, it's not going to fall in on top of the cows. Again, barn, shed. When I'm talking about big trees, obviously the big trees aren't going to keep the rain off of them. It's going to keep a driving rain off of them. And that mainly the shelter is a big deal. Like the big trees are a good source of cover in the summertime. Those cows they need a place to get out of the sun, especially if they're black cows. I mean, we all don't like to stand out in the middle of a hayfield when in the middle of July when it's 110 degrees outside in the sun. It gets pretty rough pretty quick. So it's the same thing on the cows. So if you have some big trees on your property with some shade, those cows will be just fine. Cows can, if they have adequate body condition score, and if they have hay in their belly during the winter time, they can actually be very comfortable and not burn any extra energy down to 30 degrees. If they have a windbreak, at least they will not use any extra energy keeping warm as long as they have a windbreak. Now, if they're standing up on top in the middle of that hay meadow in the wintertime and it's 25 degrees and the wind's blowing, those cows are having to work, their bodies are having to work to keep them warm. Okay. So again, the big trees, they can be used as a windbreak, or a barn or a shed. So your water source is extremely important for your cattle. Water equals weight gain. Okay. Ideally, in the perfect world, we would have a fresh flowing creek or a fresh water trough that had fresh, clean water in it every day. And that way you would feel comfortable drinking out of your water trough. Well, that's in a perfect world. We're not in a perfect world. Okay. So as long as you manage your pond well, as long as there's not dead animals floating in it, or, chemicals getting dumped into your pond, make sure your cows have a pond or a tank, as some people call it. The thing about ponds is when in the summertime, when it starts getting hot, make sure it doesn't go dry. I had a instance a long time ago. I was not an extension agent yet, but a big cattle producer had turned some game cattle out on a place, and it got hot and it got dry, and we were in a drought, and he didn't realize it, but his pond had went dry and a bunch of cattle died because they had nothing to drink. And so you do not want that to happen. Constantly check your ponds. And if it's not going dry, make sure that those cattle can safely get to that water and back out of that pond without getting stuck in the mud. A lot of cows die during the summertime because people don't check their ponds, and those cows, if they get out there in that mud and they get stuck, then there's no way for them to get out. So, and then they end up dying. You can also get water troughs. The NRCS and FSA programs, there's a program that you can get water troughs. Like water lines run and put you a water trough that has a float on it, where you're constantly, if you don't have a pond on your place, if you don't want to dig one, you can get water run to your place with a water trough with a float on it, and your cattle can have fresh water to drink. Again, you'll have to ideally, you want to be able to wash that water trough out every now and then and refill it up. And you also need to make sure that nothing ever happens to your water line. If you have a leak in it, it can get really bad really quick. Or if they accidentally shut your water off, you need to be able to check that frequently, once a week ideally. That way your cattle don't run out of water on accident. And some instances, your place may have a creek on it. Make sure your creek, one, they can get down there to the water and get out safely, and two, make sure that your creek has no chance of getting any kind of chemicals or trash or anything dumped in it. 10 or so years ago, while I was in college, I was staying on a guy's place, and he had a huge creek that ran through his property, and that's what his primary water source was for his cows, because it never went dry. It was fed by a natural spring. Well, all of a sudden his cows started dying, and he tested the water in that creek, and a chemical company or an oil company had been dumping chemicals or oil or something into that creek, trying to get rid of it, and it was killing his cows, which he ended up getting a huge settlement off of that. But you just want to make sure that that's something that could not happen, or possibly could not happen. So moving on to facilities. Talking about working pens earlier, I call them working pens. They can be called holding pens or sick pens or whatever you want to call them. And they can be made out. You need to have something where you can catch those cattle and handle those cattle safely. Okay. These working pens can be made out of wood, pipe or steel, panels, just like metal panels, Or they can also, they have portable options, and we're fixing to go over those here shortly. So up here in the top left, you have a set of old wooden pens. No telling when those pens were built, and no telling when those pens will fall down. They look like a really solid set of wooden pens. I've seen cattle worked in them. They work out great. They're easy to repair if something does tear up, because obviously it's wood. You can go to the lumber yard and anybody can nail up a 2x4. Okay. So right underneath that is what I like to call panels. And they look, I mean, obviously the top rail and the posts are pipe, but then they have those big panels or guardrails almost, look like. I've seen a lot of pens made out of that. Cow can't get out of that. So if you have a higher strung breed, you might want to consider getting a little stouter set of pens than you would just a set of portable panels or wooden pens. So in the top right corner is a solid pipe set of pens. And it's a really nice set of pens from the picture that I found. So they're super durable. It's super expensive at the moment, but the thing is, a lot of producers say, yeah, I have to spend a lot of money right then, but it's going to last forever. And they're right. The only bad thing about pipe is if you are not a welder yourself or know a welder really close to your family or a friend, then if there is ever a breakage, then you will have to hire somebody to come out there and fix it. But it's relatively easy to fix as long as you have a good welder. And in the bottom right corner is a set of portable pens. These are really, really handy. I've worked several sets of cattle out of these. What they do is they all fold up and they're on a set of wheels and a gooseneck hitch. And you fold them all up, attach them all together, then you hook them up to your pickup and you take them to another spot and you roll them all out and set them all up and work your cows. And then when you get done with that set of cows, you can put them all up again and move them to another pasture. So if you're going to have several different pastures, then, I mean, hey, it's going to be really handy to have a set of these. Now, they're expensive, but man, they're worth it for sure. So talking about your goals. So when I talk about goals for your herd, what do you want your herd to do for you? Okay. So I'm just going to go through the list and explain everything. So if you want to have cows and have baby calves and bulls, and you want to own a purebred herd, and you want to raise heifers to sell to people, and you want to raise bulls for other producers to come buy and use on their cows, that your goal is a seed stock producer. That's what they call a purebred operation that raises replacement heifers and or bulls for the public to buy and use on their own operation. You can raise show cattle, which is in the bottom left-hand corner. That's a very specific, you'll have to get down to a specific niche that you like, whether it's you want to raise, purebred breeding heifers, you want to raise, show steers, you want to raise crossbred market heifers. There's a whole lot of options and a whole lot of breeds to choose from when you're raising show cattle. Most 99% of the time, show cattle people have smaller herds and they spend a lot, and those cattle are worth a lot of money. And they spend a lot of money on these cattle because they're having to use specific genetics at a specific time and try to get a specific product to sell. Okay. Another option that you have is raising for meat production. So if you want to just raise a small herd of cows and you want to raise those calves and you want to feed them out either on grain or grass and sell them hanging on the rail at the butcher shop to people. That's become super popular during COVID, and after COVID, people raising their own beef People are really wanting to know where their beef products come from. And so that's become a very popular market these days, where people, set aside 10 steers and they feed them out, and then they sell sides of beef or portions of sides of beef to the public for them to consume, obviously. You can raise feedlot for feedlot purposes, which is also called stalker cattle. The stalker cattle, when you start out with stalker cattle, they look like the picture on the far right. Those are probably 650 to 750 weight steers that are out on grass. And what it is you buy stalker cattle from another producer, or you can raise them yourself. Whenever you wean them off of their cows, you turn them out on a big pasture with grass, and you let them grow on grass until they get to be anywhere from 850 to 950 pounds, and then you send them to a feedlot. And that's where the bottom middle picture is these cattle are at a feedlot now, and they're on a ration, and they will be fed until they get to be a specific weight, and then slaughtered and put on the grocery store shelf as steaks or roasts or ribs or whatever. You can have cows just for a hobby or ag exemption. Jesse and I, as ag extension agents, get several calls probably per day about how many cows do I need to get an ag exemption. That's when we usually kind of get a little scared, because as a cattle producer myself and as an ag extension agent, I want to push people to take care of their herd as well as they possibly and financially can, and take care of those animals to the best of their ability. And when you call and say, hey, I just want cows for an ag exemption, that doesn't sound like you're really interested in putting forth a lot of effort in taking care of your cattle. So, and I'm all for getting an ag exemption. I'm not steering away from that, but that shouldn't be your ideal reason why you want cows, because most of the time you're in for a rude awakening at that point after you get your cows, because they're a lot more work than people think they are. Or you can have them for a hobby. My cows, they used to be my personal cows that I have. They used to be for, they have to make money, or they have to make money. Well, my cows are almost more for a hobby for me now, and a stress relief. Now, granted, my cows still have to pay for themselves, and any money made after that is great. But 90% of the reason why I have cows is because I love it. I enjoy it, and it's a hobby for me. Plus, it brings me in extra money. So your next question that I want to ask you, and this is going to determine a lot of things, is what is your breed? What breed do you want? Or if you even care what breed it is. Now, several things will depend on what breed you have. Say, for instance, I wouldn't suggest buying a herd of Brahman cows and putting them behind an electric fence. May work if you get the right set of Brahman cows, but probably not going to work most of the time. So I'm just going to go through and explain the breeds and talk about some characteristics. Now, the two main characteristics are you either have a Boss Taurus, which is a cattle with no hump characteristics, or you have a Boss Indicus breed, which cattle that seem to have hump characteristics. Now, what that means is like the Boss Taurus, they have no hump, they have short, erect ears. These cattle more than likely, or these cattle have high cold tolerance. They're tight hides, so they don't have a whole lot of wrinkles, and they have shorter erect ears. As far as reproduction goes, These cattle are known to mature faster, which results in younger breeding ages, which means that they get bred faster and they have earlier calving ages, which sometimes can lead you into problems later on down the road. However, if you manage them correctly, they're great cattle, and they're great producers. Okay, so the Boss Taurus breeds, the main breeds or the most popular breeds are Angus, which they have black or red Angus. You have your Herefords. I didn't get specific with the Herefords, but you have horned or polled, which means no horns. You have your Charolais cattle, your Simmental cattle, your Chianinas, Maine Anjous, and Shorthorn cattle. Those are your Boss Taurus breeds.
Jessica,
Yes.
hey, we have a question in the chat. Ms. Donna wants to know, where do Longhorns fall in this lineup?
They are a Boss Taurus breed. So your Bos Indicus breeds are the cattle that have hump characteristics. So these cattle are known to have high heat tolerance, high insect resistance. They have looser, thicker hides. Like you'll see some wrinkles when they walk. You'll see like some movement underneath their front legs, underneath their bellies with their navels, and they have usually longer drooping ears. They usually have somewhat of a hump on them on their back. And these cattle, reproductively, they're great cows. However, they mature at a little slower rate, and they usually calve for the first time later in age. For instance, if you have an Angus heifer and a Brahman heifer, that Angus heifer is going to breed very early in age, like 1 year or even earlier. I've seen them breed earlier than that. And they will usually have their calf before they're 2 years old. Okay. Your full blood Brahman cows are not even going to start cycling or be able to breed until they're at least 1.5 years old. And it's acceptable for a Brahman heifer to have a calf closer to 2.5 years of age. So you have to wait a little longer, but it's still the same result, and they're still great cows. Examples of a Bos Indicus breed is a gray or red Brahman, Brangus. They have black or red Brangus, Beef Masters, Santa Gertrudis, or a breed called a Simbrall, which back in the day, a Simbrall was a cross between a Simmental and a Brahman. Well, now they have formed their own breed, and they are Simbralls, and they are Bos Indicus origin. Or you can have what most people argue as the greatest combination, and you can have a combination of both. You can have a Bos Taurus, a Bos Indicus cross, or you can have crosses anyway through each classification. And these cattle are known as crossbreds. So here's some examples of purebred and then breeding them together and getting a crossbred. So our first cow here is an Angus cow. Okay, she is a Bos Taurus, and if you breed her to a Brahman cow, which is on the right, she is a Bos Indicus, you could get, or you will get, a Brangus, is what this is called. And so this is a happy medium between the two. And then another example is you breed a Brahman or a Bos Indicus cow back to a Hereford, which is a Bos Taurus, and you can get what is lovingly known as the F1 Tiger Stripe cross. So these two cows in the middle are an example of a crossbred. Okay. Now, you don't have to crossbreed between a Bos Taurus and a Bos Indicus. You can crossbreed between both Bos Taurus or both Bos Indicus. You can cross them all different kinds of ways. It's kind of like dogs. You have your purebred dogs, and then you have your mutts. Well, your crossbred cows are your mutts, but most of the time, your mutts are your best animals for sure. So moving on to reproduction, let me check my time here. Oh, we've got plenty of time. So in reproduction, you need to ask these questions to yourself. After you determine what facility, how much land you have, what facilities you have, and what breed is going to work best for you, what bull do you want? What breed of bull? And your options are your purebred operation, which means if you have a Angus cow and you want to stay a purebred Angus breeder, you need to go buy a purebred Angus bull or breed to a purebred Angus bull. Okay. That way you will stay producing a purebred Angus calf. Okay. And then you have your maternal crossbreeding program. Okay. So if your ideal or your goal for your herd is to raise replacement heifers for either yourself or for other people to come by to make cows for themselves, you need to pick maternal breeds. Okay. So your Angus, your Hereford, your Brahmins, your St. Gertrudis, your Beef Masters, these are all considered maternal or maternal breeds. So if you have a maternal, either a crossbreeding, or if you have just regular bunch of crossbred cows, but you want to breed for replacement heifers, you need to find a bull that is in those maternal breed categories, okay, to breed your cows to. Then on the other side of that, we have our terminal crossbreeding program. And the number one terminal cross that is most common in this area is your Angus cow with a Charolais bull. Okay, Charolais are considered a terminal breed. Just in this, what that means is those offspring born are going to go into meat production purposes. They're not going to go back into a herd and either breed as a bull, or you're not going to want to breed those heifers and make calves out of them. All the offspring out of that either that Charolais cow or Angus bull, or Angus cow and Charolais bull, are going to go towards feedlot or meat production purposes. Okay, that's what's called a terminal crossbreeding program. Okay, so if you want to do that, if you just want to sell your calves at weaning or feed them out to a certain weight and sell them or send them to a feedlot, you need to pick a bull that is in the terminal breeds to breed to your cows. So your method of breeding, how do you want to get your cows bred? Do you want them to use natural service, which means you go buy a bull, you turn the bull out on the cows, you let the bull do all the work, okay? You don't know when they'll be bred, but the bull's supposed to do it. The bull will do it in their own time, okay? Do you want to AI or artificial inseminate, which means that you would go through, you would make sure all of your cows were not pregnant. You would go in, you would treat them with hormones at a specific time. You would buy frozen semen from a semen marketer at the bull of your choice, and then you would, based on the hormones that you give your cow in the time frame, you would more than likely pay a vet to come out and put that semen into your cow in order to produce a calf. Okay. It's a very time consuming process because you have to make sure your cow is ready whenever it's time to inseminate, or you're basically just wasting money. Okay. Or there's an embryo transfer. where you do the artificial insemination process, but after so many days of breeding that cow, you go in, you take that cow and you flush her uterus out with sterile fluid, and the embryos inside come out, and you put those embryos, you either freeze them and use them for a later date, or you put them in other cows called recipient cows, and those cows carry the pregnancy to full term and they raise the calf instead of the original cow, which you call your donor cow. Okay. A lot of show people do this. They do a lot of embryo transfer in the show cattle world, because if you have one really, really nice cow, you want to get as many offspring out of her as possible. And so you can do that through embryo transfer. So after you figure that out, you need to ask yourself, when do you want calves born? You want them born in the spring, which is around here is usually from anywhere from January to May or June. January obviously being very, very early in the spring or winter. Or if you want to have them born in the fall, which is September to November. Or if you don't care when your calf is born, you just want a calf on the ground, which is year round. Okay. If you want a specific season, you will have to take bulls off of the cow, separate bulls and cows. That way there's no way for them to get pregnant. Cattle are not like, they're not like people. Okay. It's not, if a cow comes in heat and there's a bull out there, he's going to try his best to breed her, and more than likely he's going to get it done if he's a good bull. Okay. It's not that, hey, I'm going to, this cow's not going to say, hey, I'm in heat, but I don't feel like having a baby right now, so you just need to go on about your business. It doesn't work like that. So if you don't want calves born in a specific time of year, you need to get that bull off and make it to where he cannot get to that cow at all. Because let me tell you, if there's a will, there's a way, and he's going to do it. Okay. The gestation for a cow is 9 months. It's the same as people. So it's very easy to calculate when those calves will be born, because they're just like people. Okay. Another reason that you would possibly pick your season when you want your calves born is so that we can prevent things like the big freeze that happened in 2020 in February, when it came a blizzard and blistering cold temperatures in February. If you had pushed your season back to where your cows started in March, then you missed all that. You didn't lose any baby calves. Okay. Or if when cows have calves in the middle of the summer, when it's 110 degrees outside, it's rough on those cows to carry that pregnancy to full term and to have that baby in the heat. And it's rough on that baby too. And it's also rough on that baby to be born in the middle of December when it's cold and it's raining, and it's just, it makes it rough on them sometimes. Okay. So if you're not going to be around your cows in order to check them all the time, I suggest and highly encourage that you pick a season that you want your calves born. And that'll also help you. If all your calves are born in the same amount of time or in a certain time period, it's going to help with your marketability, especially if you're looking to sell for feedlot purposes or replacement heifer purposes, or even for bulls, raising bulls to sell to the public. They want all those cattle uniform, and which means they want them around the same age so that they all match. Okay. So picking your season that you want your calves born are going to help you determine what kind of market you want to sell your calves in. So talking about general herd health. And this is something that you need to think about. This is how you're going to manage your herd, what kind of herdsmanship you're going to have. Okay. So it's recommended around this area that you vaccinate twice a year. Okay. You vaccinate and deworm at least twice a year. So when you vaccinate, you need to go talk to your veterinarian and ask them, hey, What are the vaccines that I need to give my cows? Because it differentiates in your region, okay, or where you're at, your environment that you're at, okay, what vaccines that you can give, that you'll give your cow. So there's reproductive vaccines, which protect them against reproductive diseases or viruses that they may get to keep them from, you know, aborting a pregnancy or not even breeding, which will cost you money in the long run. There's respiratory vaccines that you'll need to give your cattle and your baby calves in order to prevent them from getting sick. And then obviously your disease control vaccines, such as, you know, you can vaccinate for rabies. If you go to your vet and your vet says, hey, if you can afford it, I would really encourage you to vaccinate for rabies because we have a high rabies case, you know, around here. Or if you have blackleg in your area, in my area here, it is absolutely necessary to vaccinate for blackleg, which is a disease that will kill. I mean, if your cow or baby calf gets blackleg, it's dead. There's no coming back from that. Okay. So go to your vet, ask them what the mandatory vaccines are and what they recommend you do, anything extra. So when you vaccinate, most of the time you deworm at the same time. That way you only have to run your cow through the chute one time, okay, or twice. You have your spring and summer dewormers, and you have your fall dewormers. The reason why the fall is different is because liver flukes only happen in the fall or winter, and you want them to be protected against liver flukes. Okay, again, ask your veterinarian the specific brand or type, and they can tell you what is best being used at that point in time. So your methods for deworming are one, injectable, which you inject. You don't inject it into the muscle, you inject it between the skin and muscle, or under the skin, or subcutaneous is the scientific word for it. You have oral, which you have two options for oral dewormers. You have a liquid drench where you squirt it down their throat and it goes down into their stomach and starts working, or you have ingestible dewormer where it comes in either pellets or cubes that you can put out and feed. The only downside to ingestible dewormer is, yes, you may put the recommended amount out, but if cow A comes up there and eats twice her recommended dosage and cow B comes up there and only takes one bite, cow B is not getting dewormed, okay? So you can't really control the amount that they ingest with ingestible dewormer. Or you have pour-on dewormer, which it's a liquid. You pour it onto their skin, it absorbs through their skin, and they can get deworming that way. So moving on to fly and pest control, that is an absolute must and highly encouraged for our area in Texas. Northeast Texas, we are known for our flies, our mosquitoes, our lice, and our ticks, okay? So there's several options that you have when it comes to fly and pest control. You have your fly tags that obviously you pierce their ear, you put the tag in, it lasts until you pretty much take it out, hopefully. Hopefully they don't rip it out of their ear. Sometimes it happens, but ideally that tag stays in until you physically take it out yourself. You have your pour-on fly and pest control, which again is a liquid, the same as a dewormer. You pour it onto their skin, it absorbs into their skin, and then whenever the flies bite or the ticks bite them, it will kill them and they'll fall off. Okay. You have your rubs that you can hang up in between trees. Like you see, it almost looks like a giant white sausage casing or whatever, and it's filled with usually powder, and you can hang it up either, you know, in between a gate or in between two trees, and the cows can go up there and rub on it and get the flies off of them, get the ticks off of them. Or you also have ingestible, which there's some mineral supplements that have drugs in them that will kill fly larvae. So the cows eat the mineral with the drug in it. It goes into their digestive system. When they poop, there's a chemical in their poop that when the adult flies lay their larvae in the cow patty, it will kill the larvae. And it's called IGR. I cannot remember how to say the big long scientific word, but that is what it's called. As far as if you go up and ask your feed store, do you have a mineral with IGR in it? They can tell you yes or no. However, you will need to have a prescription from your veterinarian for IGR because it is a medication. That carries over into our mineral supplementation. You have your general balanced mineral. Purina makes one. There's several different brands that they're already a pre-mixed mineral. It's all the same in every single bag. Or you can get a custom blend of mineral. If you know for a fact that your cows lack in calcium or something like that, you can get a custom blended mineral made to specifically meet the needs of your herd. Now it's going to be extremely expensive, but if it needs to be done, then it needs to be done. That's going to be where an expense is going to need to be made at. Cattle need, I always recommend just keeping a free choice mineral supplement out at all times. Those cows will need mineral more at different times in their life or in their gestational period, in their lactating period. That way they can come up and they can eat what they need. If they're not going to come up and eat it every day if they don't need it, they're only going to come up and eat it when they need it. And so I always recommend just keeping it out free choice at all times. That way they can come get what they want and they don't have to eat it if they don't need it. Okay. So those were the mandatory things that I like to call mandatory things. These herd management practices are options that you have that you can incorporate into your program. Okay. So if you are not going to raise bulls for people to come and buy and use on their own herd, you need to consider castration of non-seed stock bull calves. So any bull calf that you have, you need to castrate it, which means to remove his testicles, and that way he cannot produce as much testosterone. Okay. That way he cannot breed anything else, cannot pass on genetics to anything else. And what people like to say is you get their minds off the girls and more on the grass. Okay. So you can do this by different methods. You can knife cut the testicles out, which is an immediate thing. You cut the testicles out manually, the testicles are gone, immediately the hormones are taken away. Yes, it's painful right then, but it's a very quick pain and then it's over with, okay? Or you have banding, which means that you take a rubber band, a very strong rubber band, you put it around both testicles and you tighten the rubber band until it cannot get any tighter anymore, and you leave that rubber band on the testicles. It will cut the circulation off of the testicles, and the testicles will basically shrivel up and detach themselves from the body and fall off. So it's all the same. It's all the same result. You're taking away the testicles. It's just how fast you want it done. Whether you want it done immediately with the knife cutting, or if you want it done over a week's time. Okay, with the banding. So it is always encouraged to vaccinate your calves, vaccinate your baby calves. However, according to research done, vaccines are not effective on baby calves until at least after 30 days of age. So when a baby calf is born and they're drinking the colostrum from their mother, that colostrum provides them with the antibodies that they need to fight off any infection or disease. Okay, so after 30 days, that colostrum is gone and it has went through the calf's system, and so they their immune system becomes weaker again. So that's when you need to go in and vaccinate for all those diseases and respiratory vaccines and things that we discussed earlier. And that way those calves are protected until the next season. Okay. So you always need to wean your baby calves. Okay. It's a practice that I didn't realize was not very popular, but I've drove by, I don't know how many pastures, and there has been a 1,000-pound calf that are yearling still nursing on its mother while she is nursing a brand new baby calf because they did not wean that calf off of that cow. There are going to be some cows that will kick their own calf off after a certain point. It's like they finally get sick of them and they say, "Get off of me. I'm tired of feeding you." And they will physically kick them until the calf is like, "Okay, I'm not going to go anywhere near her. She's going to kick my head off if I do." So there are some cows that will wean their own calf, but not very many. Okay. They're good mothers. They're going to let that calf nurse as long as they possibly want to. Okay. So you'll be doing your cow a huge favor if you will wean that calf, physically wean that calf off of that cow yourself. Okay. It's recommended that you do that depending on your pasture, you like your grass health, your pasture health, your cow's health, your cow's body condition score, and the same thing with that calf, the body condition score and the health of that calf. Anywhere you can wean a calf from anywhere from 6 to 8 months of age. It can be done sooner, but that just means you have to feed them that much longer, because when you wean a baby calf, you can't just go turn it out into another pasture. You need to feed that calf with supplement, whether it's, hand feeding them with a feed bunk, with a self feeder. And so depending on what you can do, what you can financially afford, you can wean them anywhere from 6 to 8 months of age. Okay. Talk about pasture rotation earlier. It's a very good management practice. It's more of a grass management practice, which is a very important practice to use. You can rotate those cattle around in different pastures, and that way you don't put so much pressure on one specific pasture. You can do that by monitoring your cow's body condition scores. We're not going to go over that this evening just because body condition scores, yes, they have a general scoring sheet, but really and truly it's based on a person's opinion. Your opinion of a body condition score 6 cow, it's probably not going to be the same score as mine. But is there, it's just as long as your cow's not getting too thin or too fat, you can use that body condition score to determine whether you need to 1, wean that calf, 2, start supplementing with grain, or 3, rotate to a different pasture. Okay. If you get to where your pasture is getting too short or your cows are not getting enough to eat, you need to practice cow culling practices. And cow culling is when you sell the cows that you no longer need or want. Okay. So some cow culling practices that a lot of people use, it's very common, is 1, bad temperament. If this cow tries to get you every time you go out there, she probably needs to go somewhere else. Okay. If she puts you in danger, or your grandkid or your kid at danger every time you go out in the pasture, she probably doesn't need to stay there. Okay. She's not that important. Okay. Bad udders. This is when if a cow breeds and has that baby calf, if that baby calf cannot nurse on its own, unassisted, you might consider getting rid of that cow, just because udder quality and structure is highly heritable. So if you're raising seed stock or replacement heifers, You don't want to pass on those genetics to people, okay? Because let me tell you, it is no fun trying to pin a mad mama cow after you go and you pull that baby calf out of the pasture and that baby calf is bawling and squalling, thinking that something's about to eat it. And that mama cow is mad, and then you put her in a chute and she's wondering where her baby calf is, even though you were trying to milk her and make that teat small enough where it'll fit in a baby calf's mouth. Okay, it's not fun. I've had to do it a lot, and trust me, you do not want to put yourself in that situation. Okay, so that's a very good culling practice. Another culling practice is not consistent breeders. Okay, if you're just doing this for a hobby, then this isn't that big of a deal. But if you're trying to get cows to have calves in a certain amount of time at a certain time of the year, and there's one cow that just will not breed every single year like everybody else is, then she probably needs to go down the road because she's costing you money. Okay. Not good mothers. Okay. That is when a cow will not take care of her baby calf. Okay. I have seen cows get bred, carry the pregnancy to full term, physically have the baby calf, and then get up and walk off and leave it. Okay. Sometimes cows are just not meant to be moms. And those are the ones that need to go down the road to someone else or to go to slaughter to make hamburger meat. They're not going to take care of that baby calf once they have it. They're not doing you any good. Okay. It is not your job to raise her calf. It is her job too. And that's the thing. If you're in a purebred operation, or if you're in the show calf operation or whatever, and you just have a cow that you just don't like, I mean, she's either ugly or she has an ugly calf, or if she, she just does not meet your standards, don't keep her. Okay. Because someone's trash may be someone else's treasure. So if you don't like her, send her down the road. That way somebody else can have her if they want her. She might be the best thing since sliced bread to them, even though you couldn't stand to even look at her. So, well, my computer. Oh, and I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that was all I had for y'all today. So this is my references. I'm going to escape out of my slideshow. That way I can see if anybody has any questions.
And if y'all want to unmute and go ahead and ask her questions while I'm getting my stuff set up, go right ahead.
Yes, feel free to ask any questions at all. Well, I'm going to stop sharing. That way Jessie can get her stuff going again. And if you have any questions, make sure and write them down or put them in the chat. I will be able to watch the chat now since Jessie's fixing to present. And so I will be able to answer any of your questions that you may have. Okay,
Jessica,
Jessie, whenever you're ready.
I'm able to see the chat if you need to get off.
Oh, okay. I'll hang around for a little bit.
All right. Okay, y'all. You've done great. Remember, this has been recorded. It will be posted to YouTube just like the other ones have been. So hopefully everybody just take a minute, get a glass of water, take a second. How do you find a good, reliable processor? I'm assuming you're talking about for slaughtering your cattle. I would call my local extension office. They're going to have access to that. The only difference between processors is going to be if they're USDA certified or not. That will not matter unless you plan on selling the beef. If you're wanting to raise calves or raise cattle and you want to have them processed for you to market that product, it does have to be done through a USDA processor. But call your local county extension agent. They should be able to provide you with a list. I will say that kill dates are really far out. So don't think you can go to the sale barn, pick something up, feed it 6 weeks and have it killed. We're talking you need to have that on the books for about a year before that's an option. Okay. So if there are no more questions concerning beef cattle, we're going to go ahead and transition into sheep and goats. If anybody cannot see my slides, now is the time to speak or forever hold your peace. Okay, so I know the vast majority of you are landowners or you want to be landowners. And in Texas, we have an influx of folks who are inheriting property or they're moving here from somewhere else. And their goal is to have a small operation where they can hopefully, provide some source of food and security for their family. A lot of us don't have large, tracts of land. We talked about stocking rates last week. We talked about stocking rates again this week. We're talking about when we talk about a cow, we're talking about an animal unit. We're talking about 1,000 pounds of animal. That's a lot of goats, right? So we can typically have a few more head of goats than we can heads of cattle, depending on the breed that you select. So sheep and goats are both becoming a lot more popular. So this is important information because as producers and as livestock owners, when we fail, animals suffer and animals die. Daphne, I'm not sure what that means. You're more than welcome to put whatever you'd like in the chat. Okay, so I'm going to be discussing small ruminants. Okay, so just a little bit about me. I was raised in Kaufman, Texas. My family raises beef cattle, meat goats, and dairy goats. I have a bachelor's in science in interdisciplinary agriculture from Sam Houston State University. Also have a master's in educational leadership and administration from Stephen F. Austin. I've been in extension since 2018. As an adult, I have been raising a herd of Nigerian dwarf dairy goats for about 10 years. I first became interested in goats, having not grown up with them, because I taught ag and my FFA kids had goat projects. And then what better way to learn about these things than to get hands-on? Here in Texas, cattle are king. The resources that we have for sheep and goats is growing every day, but we are not where cattle are. So everybody's learning together. Eventually, I think that as these animals become more popular for a variety of reasons, we're going to just develop more and more resources. So to get started, and please, if y'all have a question, I do not mind if you unmute and ask. I really prefer an interactive, talk. It's a lot more fun for everybody, I think. So the first thing we want to talk about is utilizing the correct terminology. I know most of you grew up hearing about a nanny goat and a billy goat. That's really not what they're called. A doe is going to be a female of a reproductive age. A buck is a male of reproductive age. A wether is going to be a castrated male. We're going to castrate those to remove those testosterone producing glands, and that's going to be the same concept as we do with cattle. A doeling would be a young doe before she's ready to be bred, a buckling, a young buck. And then the strangest terminology that's really come about in the last 5 years has been a wether doe or a wether dam. So a wether is a castrated male and a doe is a female. So what is a wether doe or a wether dam? Does anybody know? Feel free to unmute, hop in the chat. Okay, so a wether doe is going to be a doe who has genetics that are specialized to create these strong show weather type genetics. It's a very niche market. If any of y'all are involved in that industry, I'm sure you saw the wether buck, which is also kind of an oxymoron, isn't it? He sold for like I don't know, a half share of his semen sold for like $400,000 a couple weeks ago. It's a booming industry. Anytime we're getting those show genetics in, it's going to be that way. Also, when we're talking about our livestock, we're going to call it an udder. We're not going to call it a bag. We're going to call them teats. We're not going to call them nipples. That's just our livestock terminology. And so if you're just getting started and you want people to take you seriously, it's really important that we're using the correct terminology. Sheep, of course, are going to have their own set of rules. A ewe is a female of reproductive age. A ram would be a male. A ewe lamb, a ram lamb, and a wether lamb. Pretty similar, not exactly the same. So I live in Cass County. I border Arkansas and Louisiana. I grew up in Kaufman County, which isn't in West Texas by any stretch, but it's a heck of a lot drier than it is here. So I know that there are some huge obstacles when it comes to raising sheep and goats, especially if you're in East Texas. So when we get started, if you've not bought stock yet, the best thing you can do to save yourself a lot of heartache, a lot of heartburn, is choose good stock. If you start out with bad stock, it's going to take you generations and generations to breed up to something that's worth feeding. And I always tell people that it's going to cost you the same amount of money to feed a great animal as it's going to cost you to feed a cell barn reject. But then your return on your investment is going to be greater. It's also going to be a lot less work. Another huge obstacle with sheep and goats is going to be appropriate facilities. They're not cattle. Sheep tend to be a little more docile, but goats, they're a little squirrely when it comes to keeping them in. They like to climb, they like to jump. Their nutritional needs vary. They are not miniature cattle. You cannot feed and manage sheep and goats as if they're small cows. And a lot of people think that that's the case. And we end up with a lot of issues because of that. And then additionally, sheep and goats require a lot more hands-on management than I would say other livestock, with the exception of a horse, because they love to be managed, I think. But sheep and goats, they're hard. They're not cattle, at least not here in East Texas. I know there's some big operations out in West Texas that are able to run does on 25,000 acres and they just kind of let them sort it out. But in East Texas, that is certainly not the case. So, if you're getting into sheep and goats, you do need to be aware that the USDA does require you to have a premise ID number. That premise ID number will be put on a tag. Anything that leaves your place, it's going to need to have that scrapies tag. If you're raising registered animals, you can get around that by utilizing a tattoo that's documented on their registration papers. But we do want to make sure when we're getting into this, if you go to buy stuff and the person you're buying from doesn't have this information, I'd ask a lot of questions about the quality of what you're getting. Okay. Sheep and goats are not the same. They are both ruminating animals, which means they have a 4-chambered stomach. That's where a lot of the similarities stop. They have a different number of chromosomes. They're not going to interbreed. There's been a few rare, weird cases where it's happened, but those things are not viable. And they don't eat the same things. So hold on one second. I need to change something on my screen. Okay. So sheep graze. They will go out, they will graze like cattle, they will eat grass off the ground. Goats are selective browsers. So when we talk about establishing pasture for goats, we're going to be establishing it as if we were establishing a food plot for white-tailed deer. Okay, so now, goats will graze. It's not going to be their preference. If they do graze, they're mostly going to be wandering around, biting the seed heads off the tops of grass. It's going to be really unusual if they're eating stuff all the way down to the ground. They're just more picky. So that's a pretty big difference. So it is possible to manage pastures and rotationally graze both sheep and goats. They are really not going to compete against one another for what is out there. So, the biggest thing you have to do, like I already said, is choose good stock. When you start the process of purchasing sheep and goats, you can spend anywhere from free to $50, or you can spend on up to $25,000, whichever your budget is. But you need to keep your goals in mind. So a lot of times folks will call the office. They want a couple of goats to eat grass in their yard. That's all they want. First of all, I tell them, well, goats aren't going to eat grass, so you probably just need to buy a lawnmower. But if you want a home milk goat, don't go buy a meat goat. As humans, we have genetically selected animals to do a job, and there are breeds of goats that are going to produce tons of milk. There's breeds of goats that are going to put on tons of meat so we can eat them. You have to know what you're doing when you get started. If you don't take the time to sit down and really line out your goals, then you're going to end up unhappy with what you have. And it usually doesn't take very long for that to happen. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So everybody gets suckered into, oh, this poor goat, he was at the cell barn, he's sick, he has a snotty nose, all these things. That's not what you want to start out with if you've never had goats. You really need to pay attention to where you're buying your stock. There are people who have spent a lot of time developing their genetics, and genetics are regional. So here in East Texas, We have incredible humidity. Parasites are a constant issue. If I were to drive out to West Texas and buy does and bring them back here and put them out in my situation, they are not going to be nearly as thrifty. For one thing, just like Jessica was saying a minute ago, we have a lot more moisture content in our forage. But in addition to that, we have a lot more parasites. We're humid, we're hot. That's just how we are. So we have there are people here who raise these sheep and goats who they cull based on parasite resistance. And so there are herds out there that have that. And if you start out with something like that, you're really gonna thank yourself in a couple of years. Um, Hold on, I'm admitting people. We have people coming in. I'm letting them into the meeting. And genetics count. You are not going to be able to go, say you want to raise show goats for kids, you're going to have to go buy show goats. If you want to raise dairy goats, you need to go buy dairy goats. You cannot outlove genetics. You're not going to outmanage genetics, and it's going to take you several generations to get to the point where you're even remotely pleased with what you've been producing if you don't start out moving in that direction. So genetics count by the absolute best that you can afford, even if it means you're purchasing fewer animals. And this is especially important when you're choosing your buck or your ram as your herd sire, because that's going to be 50% of your kid or lamb crop. It's very, very important. A big thing in goats right now is, oh, he's polled, or oh, he has blue eyes. And that's all well and good, but that should not be what we're selecting for. We should be selecting for good feet, good teats, able to stay alive in your region. And then all that other stuff is icing on top of the cake if you can get that as well. Udder quality, even if you're raising meat goats, has got to be a factor. If those does can't milk and they can't raise kids, then you're feeding her for no reason, and you're not going to get a return on your investment. And you're still going to have to feed her. You're still going to have to trim her feet. She's still going to need all those management things while she's not putting a dime back in your pocket. And we do not want that. Also, when you're buying your stock, feet and legs are important. If some of these goats, I've had does that have had quads. I know other breeders that have had, one lady had 8 last year. One doe had 8 kids. It was incredible, but they get very heavy bred, especially some of these smaller breeds. And they've got to be able to support that. They've got to be able to walk around the pasture. They've got to do that. And if they have bad feet or bad legs, they don't need to be part of your breeding program. When you go to purchase your new stock, biosecurity, I cannot speak enough about biosecurity. If you're wanting to purchase animals for dairy production, especially, I have seen a lot of folks, they buy a goat, their friend had one, now they're milking it and they're drinking it. There are zoonotic diseases that can be transferred from that goat's milk to your family. Brucellosis is one. And while we are a brucellosis-free state, there are strains of brucellosis that are spread through feral hogs. And I don't know about y'all, but there's feral hogs where I live, and I don't think it has not been unheard of that it can be transmitted through different species. And I would feel really bad if I didn't do my due diligence and then was allowing my children to drink brucellosis milk. So I would just pay very, very close attention to biosecurity. And if you're purchasing stock from someone who doesn't know what that is, you probably need to go on down the line and find somebody that does. For me, when I make my purchases, I will only purchase from herds that have biosecurity protocols that mimic mine. Not all regions are equal, so keep that in mind. It's really, really hard to go west and bring something east. It's really hard. Do y'all have any questions about choosing good stock? Okay, so I mentioned biosecurity protocols. There's a lot of different takes on this. The biggest thing is you have to be able to quarantine these goats, or sheep. When you bring them home, you need to plan on keeping them separate from your herd for at least 2 weeks. It is really easy for these goats to get respiratory viruses, especially after they've been hauled. And so we can limit that exposure to the goats we've already had at home, we've already kept healthy, by quarantining them. Anytime somebody purchases new stock, I always recommend that they run a biosecurity panel. You can do that yourself. You can draw blood. You can send it off to a lab If you want information on how to do that, you feel free to send me an email. But a biosecurity panel is going to run about $25 a goat. Anytime I purchase new stock, I will run a complete biosecurity panel on each animal, and then I'll test for CAE annually. And I usually do that when I send off blood to confirm pregnancy, so it's not an additional thing I have to do. So another thing is limit on-site visitors. If you're raising these animals for production, your farm is not, it's not a zoo. You don't owe people farm visits, especially if they also raise livestock. And if you invest all this time and all this money, you need to be willing to protect your investment by creating those boundaries. So I would just be very conscientious of that. There's a lot of times when someone will buy a goat, they'll fall in love with it, and then it'll pop with a CL abscess, which isn't a big deal if you're raising sheep or meat goats, but it is a big deal if you have a clean herd and now you don't because you have been exposed to that. So that biosecurity panel is going to cover CAE, which is it's a virus that's going to create like an arthritic condition in those animals. They may never have symptoms. They may not have symptoms until they're older, but it's going to create an unthrifty animal. And in addition to that, it's transferable through milk. So if you have a doe that it does have CAE, there are things you can do to keep her and not cull her and prevent her kids from having it. But best case scenario, I would only buy goats that were from a herd that practices these biosecurity protocols. You're going to find herds that take this a lot more seriously in the dairy industry than the meat industry, because the meat industry, those animals are terminal, right? So we're not worried about them getting 5 and 6 years old because we're going to eat those, right? Do y'all have any questions? Okay, if I send my doe to another breeder for a date with their buck, how long should I quarantine them? Is it a good or bad idea to send her on a date to reproduce? Okay, if I had a doe in that situation, the first thing that I would do is ask if, well, I would make sure my goat was clean. I would run her biosecurity panel, but I certainly would not take my doe to be bred to a buck that hadn't also had that due diligence done. If you know your goats, you really should be able to just drive up while she's in estrus, let them spend 20 minutes together, and then she should be bred. It shouldn't have to be a long-term thing. And if you take her over there, you leave her over there for a month, she breeds the first day she's there, you now have a doe that's a month into her gestation, and you're going to stress her out trying to quarantine her, bringing her back. So in my opinion, if that's your option, if you don't want to keep a buck, I would look into syncing her using different hormones, so you know exactly when she's in estrus, and then you can drive her over. They can do what goats do, and you can bring her home, and you don't have to worry about that. It also gives you a great window for that due date. Especially, I see that you raise Nigerian dwarfs, and they're tiny, and dystocia can be an issue with them for sure. I hesitate. I would certainly not feel comfortable leaving my goats at somebody else's place, not knowing what their management strategies were. There will be some exceptions to that. If it's a breeder you're real familiar with, you run the same protocols, maybe you've bought goats from them, but I would be real careful. All right, are there any more questions about biosecurity when purchasing stock? Okay, so once you've determined, hey, I'm going to get this breed of sheep, I'm going to get this breed of goat, and I didn't even think to cover that in this because it is just too expansive with covering 2 different species. You really just need to know what your goal is. Do you want to raise show animals? Do you want to raise stuff to put in the freezer? Do you want to raise something to milk? To make soap and cheese and all that good stuff? Or are you not sure and you just want something out in your pasture for an ag exemption? And that's, once you have that in mind, then you can go out and decide, okay, this is the breed that I need. The issue with sheep and goats is that there is such a huge variety that fencing that's good for your goat may not be fencing that's good for my sheep, and vice versa. I will say that height is the biggest variable. I've raised Nigerian dwarfs. My parents raised Savannahs. There's a big size difference and a big strength difference in those. So my fencing may not work for them. You really just need to know what you're planning on doing. But fencing is important. And when you go to plan out your fencing, you need to know that you're going to have to rotationally graze if you have sheep and goats. It's not an option. You're also going to have to keep your bucks and your does separate. I raise dairy goats, like I said, and my does will not wean kids. Will not wean kids. I was doing milk testing earlier this year, and I have a doe who has her milk star, and she was just a fantastic producer. And I started pulling her up, and I was like, oh my gosh, she's drying off. I could not understand it until I looked out there and saw her pregnant yearling daughter nursing off of her, even though I had separated and weaned them. So these dairy goats, they produce, just like with cattle, a lot of these does will not wean their kids. So you have got to be able to separate those weanlings out. You're not going to want to run your buck or your ram with your ewes and your does all year round. You don't want them kidding or lambing more than one time a year. So if you leave them out there, you're going to create your own issues with that situation. A lot of people like to use electric fence for these small ruminants. They're different than cattle. Electric fence can work. The biggest thing is you need to make sure their head cannot fit through the squares, especially if we're talking about that Premier One fencing that's mobile. I love it because you can move around where you want them, which helps with that rotational grazing. But if they get their head through it, and then they get shocked, they're going to jump forward, they're going to entangle themselves, and then they're going to be shocked on a pulse until you find them, and they're not going to be very happy with you. So all of that needs to be taken into consideration, and your budgets also need to be taken into consideration. Fencing is expensive. Perimeter fencing is not covered through any EQIP programs through the NRCS, but rotational grazing fencing can be, so that's always an option for you to look into, like we talked about last week or the week before. And sheep and goats are predators, or not predators, they're prey. They are very susceptible to predators. So whereas like it's not going to be very often that we have a cow get taken down by a predator, but goats and sheep, the biggest loss we have, I feel like, is because of our neighbors' dogs. Like, not me personally, because I have a livestock guardian dog, but that's what we see. The neighbor's dog got out. He chased my goats. He stressed it. They killed it. They ripped its ear off. So your fencing needs to be to keep things out as much as it is to keep your animals in. And if you are wanting to get into sheep and goats, I cannot express to you the value of a solid livestock guardian dog. Texas A&M AgriLife Extension actually has a livestock guardian dog specialist that I would be more than happy to put you in contact with. I have always had them, and they're worth their weight in gold. There's absolutely no comparison between a good livestock guardian dog and what they can do for your herd. And I know a lot of people say llamas and donkeys, but absolutely not. A livestock guardian dog is there's no comparison to what they can do. So if you want more information about that, I didn't plan to speak about that tonight, but you can shoot me an email. So when you're planning out your facilities, just keep in mind the different groups you're going to have. You don't want to feed your pregnant yearlings the same way you're going to be feeding your does that are in milk. And you're not going to want to feed your bucks the same either. So you have to have a way to separate them. Of course, shelter has to be provided. Goats are like cats. They feel about the same way about water as cats do. So you've got to give them a way to get out of the wind and out of the rain, and a dry place for them to lay, and a dry place for them to kid if you're not going to pull them into kidding stalls. That's exceptionally important for young animals. When kidding season starts for most people, which is like in February and March, there are countless little goats or little sheep that just their body temperature gets down too low, their digestive system shuts down, and then they don't make it because of that. So keeping them dry, out of the rain, out of the wind, is giving them that head start. And I promise that your does are still going to go out and have them in the pasture in the rain, even in the freezing rain, even if you do have a barn. So that's just what they do. So do y'all have any questions about appropriate facilities for sheep and goats? Okay, so now to speak on nutritional needs. After you've chosen what kind of animals you're going to bring to the house and you have your facilities planned out, if you want to save yourself a lot of trouble, nutrition is the key to all of it. If you can keep your animals healthy because you're feeding them correctly, they're going to have a lot easier life. They're going to kid easier. They're not going to have as many issues when they do kid. I can't express the importance of that. Of course, they're ruminants, so the basis of their diet has to consist of long-stemmed roughage. Goats love to waste hay. It's like I would think their number one priority in life is how much alfalfa can I waste today? But the quality of roughage that your herd's going to require is going to depend on lots of different factors. So if you have a pasture full of stuff that they can browse, things your sheep can graze, you're not going to need to be as concerned. But you do need to figure out a way to try to keep as much hay as possible up off the ground. We don't want them defecating or urinating in it, and we don't want to create an ideal situation for additional parasite reproduction. So when we talk about nutrition, it's not going to be a one fits all thing. There are different, we're going to talk more about minerals in a minute, but there's not going to be you have to feed your goat this will keep it healthy, it'll keep it great. You have to know what situation you have. If you're not sure what quality roughage you have, reach out to your county agent. We can send off a forage analysis for, I think the cost is like $12. With that forage analysis, we can tell you what you're actually feeding them when you feed hay. Because that makes a big difference on what the rest of your nutritional program needs to be. We're also not going to want to feed our bucks and our wethers the same as we're going to be feeding our does or our yearlings. The most important feed thing after forage is going to be minerals. There's lots of great brands on the market. When you select one, you have to know what the needs of your herd are. So there's going to be different symptoms of deficiencies in minerals. So one that's a big one, for example, is copper in goats. If you have black goats and they have a rust color on the ends of their hair, or they have what's called a fishtail, then it's likely that they're going to be copper deficient. You may need to change that in their mineral profile. You can also work with your veterinarian to harvest tissue samples to make sure you're providing adequate levels. I would suggest that if you're running into a lot of funky birth defects, because that's usually how it shows. Goats and sheep have entirely different copper needs. So if you do choose to keep both sheep and goats and you feed your sheep goat feed, they're probably not going to make it. Copper toxicity is a big issue in sheep, whereas copper deficiencies are a big issue in goats. And many herds are fed the appropriate amount of copper. They're just still going to show those deficiency signs because iron and copper bind. And so if you have iron ore, soil, and you use well water, like there's 1,000 different reasons why. I know for me personally, copper bolusing every 6 months is absolutely necessary for my herd. And copper is largely beneficial to prevent and manage those intestinal parasite loads. So it's very, very important. A big mineral issue we'll run into is selenium. Selenium is going to lead to wonky legs when those kids are born. If you have one that's born knuckled over, they're just not moving right, there's a chance your doe is probably a little selenium deficient. The USDA does have a map that documents selenium deficiency by county. I would definitely look into that if you're unsure. And I would always visit with my veterinarian about administering Bozy prior to parturition if you're in an area. So Bozy is an injectable. It is going to have that selenium that they need, and that's going to head off some of those issues. If you're feeding bucks and wethers, I know we love our goats. You cannot feed them all the feed that they want. Goats are never satisfied. They always want more feed. There's never going to be a time that they don't want feed. Don't give them all that they want, especially if it's bucks and wethers. You have to be aware of the phosphorus calcium ratio, especially when you're feeding those bucks and wethers, because if it's off balance, you're going to create urinary calculi, which is a big killer for those guys. Their urethra is just in a shape to where if they do get a kidney stone, passing it's nearly impossible. So your calcium does need to exceed your phosphorus by a ratio of 2 to 1. So when I go out and I'm selecting for a mineral, that's one of the first, in a feed, anything, if I'm going to feed it to my bucks and my wethers, that's the first thing I look at. You do not want to have more phosphorus than you have calcium in those rations. So in summation of that, forage is first. Feed a good quality forage, the best that you can afford. Unless you have just excellent pasture. And even then, I would keep an eye on that. Loose mineral. If you have a great loose mineral, your goats aren't producing babies, they're just out there for you to look at and to be a tax write-off, then a good loose mineral and a good solid forage is probably all that they're going to need if they've met their growth. If you do have other stuff going on, then we're going to utilize concentrated feeds to meet those needs. Do y'all have any questions about nutrition? Okay. So once we've tackled nutrition, so we've picked our herd, we picked what we're going to raise, we have adequate facilities, now we know what we're going to feed them. What do you do when you get them home? The number one issue you're going to run into with sheep and goats is going to be parasite management. So for years and years, the school of thought was, let's deworm these goats and these sheep once a month. We're going to use a different dewormer every single time, and it's going to work itself out. So what we did by doing that is we created massive amounts of resistance to the drugs that we have. Sheep and goats are not as big of a money industry in the United States as they are in some other countries. And money leads to product development, right? So we just don't have as many product options to handle parasites in our sheep and our goats as we do in some of our other species. So the chemicals that we do have out there, we really need to make sure that we're not creating resistance. In fact, that whole monthly rotational dewormer schedule has pretty much been debunked across research for most species. So to manage parasites with sheep and goats, we're going to check the FOMACHA, which is going to be the color of the membrane in their eyelid. For me personally, I've had that not work. I've had goats that had a beautiful color, took them to the vet. I had a doe that needed a blood transfusion. So I took 6 or 7 goats up there, had to run a CBC on all of them. And they were the reddest goats in my herd, but their hemoglobin was still really low, even though they had a red eye. So at that point, I bought a microscope. So you don't have to have your own microscope. You can certainly collect fecal samples, take them to your vet. On average, each float's going to cost you about 15 bucks. But what that's going to do is that's going to tell you exactly what parasite you're dealing with. Not all anthelmintics are going to take care of all parasites. So if you are trying to treat tapeworms, but you don't use a product that works on tapeworms, you're wasting your time. And sometimes these animals get sick enough that we don't have time to waste, and we really need to target the issue. So I cannot recommend getting your own microscope. Get on YouTube, learn how to run a fecal float yourself. It'll save you lots of time and money in the long run. But certainly don't just say, oh, that goat looks a little puny, let me hit it with valbazen, let me hit it with ivermectin, because you're creating an issue that is going to end up costing you a lot of money when you lose a bunch of goats. Parasite management is our number one issue in East Texas. In my opinion, management can help a lot, but genetics are going to be the key. So if you're not breeding that resistance into your herd, you're going to be fighting an uphill battle for a long time. And not all intestinal parasites are going to be bloodsuckers. I have had some that really just rob nutrients. And so maybe my doe still has a really nice red eyelid, but she's just not thrifty. Her hair coat doesn't look good. Over late winter, I had a really bad issue with brown stomach worms, which normally when we have issues with worms in goats, it's going to be barber poles, but these were not. And I did lose goats to it because I was looking for the wrong things. Okay, so we have a question. I'm new to raising goats, so new. I've not purchased my little herd yet. Is there a good resource for me to learn more? Also, when I decide my final goal, meat versus milk, is there a resource / list somewhere on sellers? Would my extension office possibly have this? Okay, so your extension office is going to be a great resource for you. I'm not sure which county that you're in. If you want milk goats, the American Dairy Goat Association is a great place to start trying to find breeders in your area. So when you go and you buy goats from somebody, I always told people that if you're buying a goat from me, you're not just buying the goat, you're also buying the right to call me and ask me stupid questions. So whoever you're buying from, you're building that relationship with them so that they can help you to manage that herd. And so pick someone, buy from a herd of somebody that you want to model your stuff after, that you feel like is going to meet your, model your management practices. And then hopefully they're going to help you down the road when you run into issues. That's really important. Your extension office should have some resources though. So I would definitely reach out to my county agent for sure. Okay. So in addition to using our eyes to determine if we have a goat that has issues, using fecal floats, And then being judicious with our use of chemical dewormers. Integrated pest management is absolutely necessary. You have got to be able to rotationally graze these sheep and goats to keep, and you have to be able to keep them off damp pasture. So there's a lot of times in the year in East Texas where our grass is sopping wet from 9 o'clock at night all the way till 11 o'clock in the morning. And if you can keep your goats off that, more power to you, because that's going to be how they're able to pick up some of those parasites. You also want to make sure they're not walking around on overgrazed pasture. If you have over 6 inches of growth, you're going to prevent some of that. And all that's going to do is that's going to give you a buffer. You're going to cut down on your sheep and goats picking up these parasites, and then hopefully you won't need to use those chemical dewormers so often, because we really need to keep those. We need to use those as infrequently as possible so that we can cut back on some of their resistance. You can also make sure that your feeders are up off the ground. I know breeders that every day go out and they bleach their feeders because good luck keeping a Nigerian dwarf out of a feeder, right? So they just pick them up, spray them down, wipe them out, and that's how they're preventing that from happening. There are herbal products on the market, and I know there are people that are going to swear to you that these herbs just they transformed their parasite management, and maybe they did, but there's absolutely no scientific evidence to support those products, and they're spendy. So give them a try, but don't put your full fidelity in something that doesn't have a peer-reviewed study behind it. There is a product on the market though called Biowarma. And that is a feed through. It's actually a fungus, and that fungus preys on the nematodes that are going to be ingested by your goat and then hatch into these parasites. The product's pretty spendy, but it is peer reviewed and it does work. When I ran into that bad issue with my personal herd, I ran fecals, I dewormed, I dry lotted them, and I started feeding that, and it made a big difference. Granted, I used several different things. I didn't only depend upon that to solve the problem that I had.
Hey, Jesse, we have a question.
Yes. Okay. So that's going to be an ag valuation property question. You're going to have to talk to your county appraisal district. Every county in Texas is different. So, if you have a wildlife exemption, that's because you're managing that property for wildlife. I could see how you could lose that exemption if you stop managing it for wildlife, and you're probably not going to be able to manage it for wildlife and do something else. But if you're raising sheep and goats, it shouldn't matter. You should be able to get an ag exemption as opposed to a wildlife exemption. But that's you're going to have to call and speak to your appraisal district to get more sound advice on that. And I would maybe start with your county agent. They may have better resources from your county than I do. All right. Do y'all have any questions about parasite management in sheep and goats? Moving right along. Okay, so the next thing you can do to positively manage your herd is vaccination. I have always made sure, and it is recommended, that you're going to vaccinate annually 30 to 45 days prior to kidding. That's going to make sure that those does can pass on whatever passive immunity to these kids. And then you're going to wait a few weeks to vaccinate the kids again, and then you're going to hit those kids twice. So I like to tell people to vaccinate for CD&T. That's going to get rid of any issue of tetanus. It's going to get rid of Clostridium, which is found in the soil. It's also found in the gut when an animal is having trouble digesting their feed. So if you have a goat whose rumen is compromised, there's a good chance that bacteria is going to overpopulate in that gut, and that can cause a huge issue. So vaccinating for that gives you a heads up on that. Pneumonia will kill a goat faster than anything. You might go out in the morning, your goat was fine, and then when you get home from work, it's dead as a doornail. And a lot of times when that happens, it's either bloat or it's pneumonia. It comes on really fast. Sometimes it's a low temperature. It's a lot of like they're lethargic, but it can take them so quickly that you almost don't have time to notice it. So I vaccinate for pneumonia, and I do see a difference in my herd. You can vaccinate for CL, which is that disease that's going to create the abscesses on the lymph nodes. However, if you do opt to vaccinate for CL, you need to be aware that if you ever do run a biosecurity screening, you're going to pop for CL. So that would just be a discussion you need to have with any potential buyers. And then, of course, you can vaccinate for a type of staph that causes mastitis. There's mixed reviews on that for sure. And then you really need to work with your veterinarian to figure out which protocol best fits your needs. I'm forever seeing people on Facebook, oh, there's an emergency, a vet won't come. Well, no, a vet's not going to come at 3 o'clock in the morning. They don't know who you are, where you live. You've never called them before, and you want them to come help deliver goats on Christmas? No, you've got to develop those client relationships with your veterinarian long before you have that emergency. We have a massive shortage of veterinarians all across the country. It's a really, really hard job. And they have to set those kind of boundaries. And so if you're not developing those relationships when times are good, I would certainly not depend on a vet to come when times are bad. They are just overworked, and they have to put their clients they see day after day ahead of people who only call when there's an emergency. So vaccinating is a great, great way to build that relationship with your vet. I would also talk to your vet about when you're using medications that need to be injected. A lot of the research on those medications and their injection sites were done on beef cattle. So make sure you talk to your vet so that way you're getting the correct information on where and how to administer any medications that are given via, a syringe and a needle. So because it's likely to be different. And of course, when we're vaccinating, we're going to use best practices so that if you're going to eat this animal later, you're not creating big injection site abscesses and the like. Do y'all have any questions about vaccination? Okay, so following parasites, vaccines, sheep and goats are not like cattle in that they have got to have their feet trimmed. You can select for that, and some of you may live in a rocky area where they're going to kind of work that out on their own. Where I live, it's pine straw, so they're not going to wear down any hoof. They have got to have their feet trimmed about once a month, especially if you're feeding high concentrate rations, show goats, dairy goats, things like that. If you don't, you're crippling your goats. They're going to get infections in their feet. They're not going to be able to get around. It's going to be uncomfortable, and it can eventually deform their foot. So you've got to pay attention to that. You need to check them at least monthly. You may not have to trim every single goat monthly, but you need to at least check them. And quality feet are genetic. So if you have a doe that has really bad feet and she's splay-toed and she's just deformed, she might need to be on the stove instead of in the pasture. She's not going to be one you're going to want to keep all her kids from, because you want to eliminate these management things as much as possible. So we're selecting for parasite resistance. We're selecting for good feet and good teats. We want them to be able to raise kids. We want them to be able to handle having parasites and it not wear them down. They can still be thrifty even though they do have a parasite population. And we need their feet to not look like those pictures. And you'll catch that if you pay attention. If you buy a bunch of goats, don't trim their feet for 6 months. Go out and look at them. Their feet are going to be terrible, and you're going to have created issues you're not going to be able to solve. And if you're not sure how to trim feet, we had a program during COVID when we weren't doing in-person things called Live in the Field. It was AgriLife Extension Live in the Field. And so agents from all over District 4, which is Northeast Texas, we created how-to videos. The video I did was on hoof trimming. So the same YouTube channel that has this information, or the information I've been sending out from the Lady Landowner program, is also going to have that information. So do y'all have any questions about hoof trimming? Okay, I have more slides than this. I don't know why it's not showing all my slides. Give me 1 second, y'all.
I see a 15 to 15.
Yeah, I gotta fix it. Hold on.
Okay. We have a question. It says, I let my goats out to walk on our concrete driveway and gravel roads because I can't get them to stand still to trim. Do you recommend any kind of station to tie them up for trimming?
I use a stanchion where you pop them up on a platform and it holds their head in a gate. It's easier on your back than trying to wrestle with them. I've also seen people take the slings, and I don't know how big your goats are, but you can take those slings people use to trim their dogs' toenails, and you can stick a goat in that. And make sure you video it and send it to me because it sounds like it'd be pretty funny to watch, but I bet it's effective. And the more you do it, the more they are going to not kick you in the face. It's just like anything. They're going to get used to it the more you do it. Can y'all see my screen now?
Yes, as you say, you're flipping through what we've already been through. We had another question come in.
Sure.
Carrie asked, is East Texas too hot for sheep?
So there's a lot of different types of sheep. And it's also going to depend on how much managing you want to do. I don't love shearing sheep. I would not buy sheep that needed to be sheared several times a year. But there are hair sheep out there, and those hair sheep are not going to need sheared. So I would take that into consideration. Is it too hot for sheep? Not if you have shade and fans and don't mind clipping. The humidity, though, I can't imagine having wool in it being as humid as it is some days here. But people do obviously raise sheep here. You're just going to have to clip them. So, are there any more questions?
I was just going to add on to what you said, Jesse, about the too hot for sheep. Carrie, I have a producer in my county that he has a couple hundred head of sheep, but that's the thing. He spends a lot of time shearing. I think he shears 3 times a year or 3 times during the summer. And it's a lot of labor intensive, but he does have all breeds of sheep. He raises show sheep. So he has the meat sheep and the fine wool and the heavy wool and all that. So he has all different breeds, and he says he shears at least 3 times a year.
Are there any more questions? Okay, so now we're going to move into talking about external parasites. External parasites are not going to be nearly as big an issue with sheep and goats as they are with cattle. The one thing you will run into is going to be lice, and that's normally going to, if you treat late fall, early winter, you're not going to have an issue. I know every single January, about the end of January, beginning of February, I'm going to notice my goats looking a little flaky, and it's because I forgot to use a pour-on. But you can use something like Silence. You can use Ultra Boss. Those are good products. You're just going to pour it down their spine, and that's going to help get rid of any lice or things of that nature. You do need to be careful, though, because some goats will have a sensitivity to those pour-on products. Their hides are just not as thick as cattle, and there can be little reactions. So I wouldn't be, I would just pay attention to that and don't freak out. If your goat loses a patch of hair, it'll come back. But the topical treatments for our external parasites are recommended. We're not going to use flat tags or anything like that in sheep and goats. So now reproduction. Does and ewes should not be kidding multiple times a year. They're going to have a much shorter gestation period than cattle. But that does not mean that we're going to make those mamas produce and raise babies and then produce and raise babies and produce and raise babies. You're just going to wear out your does, and you're not going to have, they're not going to give you the longevity, the body condition. They're not going to milk. They're just not going to generally perform as well. Especially because these mamas are going to be raising multiples. I know that sheep are more likely to have singles, but a good doe is going to give you twins, and sometimes more, especially if you have like Nigerian dwarf goats. They're so prolific. They're going to have all the babies. Some breeds of sheep or some breeds of goats are seasonal breeders. So those bucks are only going to want to go into rut in the fall. They're going to want to breed your does then. You're going to have kidding at a different time of the year. But some breeds will breed all year round, Nigerian dwarfs being one of those breeds that will breed all year round. You can manipulate that by the use of hormones. That will be something to visit with your veterinarian about. It's not a complicated process. It is something that I do because I want all my does to kid on the same day. I want them to kid within 3 days of each other so that I can get all that out of the way. You can also kind of direct the marketability of your animal. So if you are raising these animals for meat, there are times of the year where sheep and goats are going to sell really high because there's a demand, because there are different populations that really enjoy that product around different holidays. And so if you plan it right, you can make a little extra money by really being judicious with when you decide to put your buck out with your does. Now, computer, you have behaved so well. Okay. When it does come time for kidding, those babies have got to get colostrum within the first 24 hours. After that point, they're not able to absorb what they need from it. So I always keep frozen colostrum in my freezer. I have does that'll produce way more they could ever need. I keep that held back. It's nothing, there are synthetic products out there, but nothing is going to beat what that mom is producing for those kids. I vaccinate at between, 10, 14 days. I disbud all of mine, and I do that between 3 and 10 days, because that's the product that I'm marketing. That's up to you. You could fight with people on Facebook about that for days, on whether or not to disbud your kids. It does make management a lot easier. And then if you're raising wethers, you need to wether them at about 12 weeks. I hesitate to do it any earlier because I want that urethra to form as completely as possible, just to eliminate any potential for urinary calculi. And if we're wethering those kids really young, there's some evidence that says they may not be able to, that urethra may not form as well as if we had waited. Do y'all have any questions about reproduction? I cannot see the chat now. Any questions? Okay. What have I done? Okay. All right. So now we've bought goats, we have facilities, we're feeding them, we've kept them alive. You've built your herd, and you have to decide who to sell, or who to eat, because goat meat is, I mean, it's delicious. So the reasons that I recommend people to cull are going to be bad feet, bad teats, poor maternal instinct, and if they're unproductive. So if you have a doe that stays too fat, she won't breed. She probably needs to go to freezer camp. If you are not, bottle feeding everything and you need them to raise babies and you have a doe that just won't raise babies, she needs to go too. And those are not things that I would sell to someone else saying, this is going to be a great doe for your herd, because she's not going to be a great doe for their herd. That's something that I would, want to take to the sell barn. That's something I would want, or maybe go in the freezer. And feet and teats, like those are genetic. You cannot escape that. If you're breeding a bunch of goats with bad feet, you're going to produce a bunch of goats with bad feet, and it's just going to create problems. So, I tried to get us done as close to 7:30 as I could. I have 3 minutes to spare. So here is my contact information. I am who most of y'all have reached out to. Oh, what is disbudding? Disbudding is when we remove their horns. So I have a couple minutes if y'all have any questions. If you don't, we'll be back next Thursday at 5:30, 2 new topics. I will get this downloaded and sent out the same way I've been sending the rest of them. And I would think by next Tuesday, we should have additional information about the in-person program. So be looking for that to be coming. Are there any questions? Where can I find these recordings? Okay, if you registered for this program, you've been getting emails that have the links to these. So you should have gotten emails with the links. So just go back and look at your emails. Jean, you're saying you didn't get any links. Did you get my emails? If you did not get my email, you need to just send me an email so I can get it to you. Jean, what is your email address? Okay, Jean, I will send that out again in the morning. I'm showing that you're on there. Maybe it's stacking up with the original email. Maybe it's going to spam, but I will send it out again. Yeah, if y'all, if y'all have this link, you got it emailed to you. It should be, and the email looks the same. I've copied the same body with the same information. I've added additional stuff at the bottom. So just scroll through that, make sure they're not stacked. But I will be sending all of this out, and I will create a whole new email instead of stacking it. Hog production, we don't have that planned, but I would reach out to my county extension agent.